How's everyone? Just getting warmed up here. Switch screens. There we go. Doing a Rust update. Looks like it got the nightly. Gonna check on my network real quick. I think I'm ready to go. Finally got some sleep last night. It's been a rough couple days. All right. Gonna do that. Oh, maybe not. It's sluggish. It feels like I do. Oh, seems okay. Morning, Zenocron. Oh, I was. Ooh, there we go. Give that a kick. We're already up to date. Oh, interesting. Unreachable pattern in regent. Huh. At the moment, I'm not going to touch the layout stuff. I've been thinking a bit about that, and I haven't decided yet which way to go. Depending on the hour, I flip back and forth between having something that's global and can manage everything, and having things at a more component level for being able to manage their subcomponents. Or a combination of both, actually. Um, but what I want to get done at this point is this. There we go. Godot, Godot. Where art thou, Godot? Actually, did it finish? Oh, no, it's still building. Anyhow, that's not important right now. Maybe it is. This is due to the fact that I think the errors here I don't know what they are. We've seen those before. I'm not sure what they are. Okay, everything's working. Um, we're gonna get the material working after we get the background created. So we're gonna create the background. The background needs to be drawn in a clockwise fashion, and it will be inside of this other border. with a padding. Okay, so it's basically going to be a clockwise version of this, taking into account the padding values. And what this means is we might actually just store the previous values, just some array or something, and then use those in the next section. Either that or come up with a clever way of computing them. We're in box. We're in box. Actually, how many lines are on screen? We got about 39 shown there. It's not bad. See, imagine it being something similar to this. We can't use the draw rounded rectangles because we might have a case where, I don't know, let's explore this a little bit. Radius, top right, let's say the top right radius a little bigger. And we could still do that. But we'd have to figure out what the inner radius is. What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something. I think it's this case where they're not, where the curves aren't sections of a circle, right? Where they're more ellipse shaped. Yeah, because of this, can't use draw rounded rect. Okay. And because these are going to be drawn in a clockwise direction, all right, let's rename these and then create a structure that represents this. This could be its own struct. These values here being the inputs. All right, yeah, let's do that. Okay, so first, refactor. What are we going to get out of this? We're going to need to give this thing the path builder. What should we call this? Struct. Not going to pass in the margin. Some of these things will be computed as they're passed in. So what does this look like? This is How do we represent that? This offset here. We need 'cause this isn't really a curve. We can't say this is a radius. We could have a XY width and height, right? But then to describe each one of these corners, it's more of a height and width to the radius. Let's see, is that the top left offset? So this is basically the X. It's inset. Because this is being drawn, in this case, counterclockwise. Of this minus that plus the ratio for the curve. Yeah, these are really like the top left like curve width for the top left for the these are just sizes, like corner size, width and height for the corners. Okay, let's say XY width and height. Now we need four other pieces. We need up, left, width and height. Let's say the top left corner, top right corner. Something like that. And with types. These are F32s. And what are these? These are size 2Ds because they have a width and a height. I feel like that's not the right type here. Oh, and I think we imported unknown unit from the wrong place. Oh, and I'm so glad. Twitch recently did this thing where you can stream two audio streams to Twitch. One is for the VOD, and one is for live. I'm sure this is to, help them manage their copyright music and VODs issues that they're having. But it's great because now I can just export that and I don't have to deal with like YouTube issues. I can just use the Twitch music. Well, not their Twitch. I'm actually using Pretzel Rocks, um, but I can use the Pretzel Rocks without being YouTube safe, which means the catalog's larger. That's pretty cool. There's a lot here. Generate new. Sure. X, Y, width, height, top left, top right. Yeah, looks like it's in the right order. Oh, it created a new one. How nice of it. All right. Now we could either do all the computations again. Uh, uh, well, let's make these public functions. Draw, sure. We're going to pass the path builder in and then the direction. This is the trait, though. We want to pass in anything that has this trait. I'll have to figure out what the trait is for that. And then the direction. What would they call that? The winding? Now let's comment this out. And we'll invoke this. I pass it in all the values, call draw, give it the path builder, which is, we're just calling it path builder. It should be a reference to a T. I think negative for counterclockwise in this case. All right. Good. All right. Now what coordinates do we give this? We want to give it we want it to work with this top, this left here, plus the padding, so that has to come in a little. Oh, wait, we're not doing that part yet. We're replacing this piece here. Okay, so this is without the padding adjustment. All right, there we are. I think this is just top right, bottom left. But it's these here because we want it from kind of in 3D space. This doesn't take into account the coordinate system. This does, where the y's are flipped, well, positive, negative. Is it top right, bottom left? I think so. Okay. Now we need those 4 sizes. All of those calculations are kind of buried in here. Well, not for the control points. It's more these. We need this and that. Here's the width, here's the height. But in this case, these are points. Top left corner. You know what? Let's pull Euclid's. Yeah, we're gonna split this. Because now we need the x, and the x is going to be the width. So it's going to be this one minus the left offset. Because this point here should represent that point right there. And that point, if we make the left side, let's see, border width left, if we increase this, you can see that this is where the min-max piece is taking shape. And that's why we have this max left. And this becomes a 0. So we want the right point minus the left point to give it a width. or the left point. That's really left minus this. Okay. Is there a better way to compute that? Then here it's going to be off minus this. So is this a good way to do this, or do we give it the points for where these begin and end? Because there's 8 points that we really need to represent. Here. But we also need to know the distance for the curve. That's right, to make this curve. And is that really just... I mean, we know the distance, so it's basically the top offset taking... Yeah, why don't we just give it the 8 points there? So yeah, if we give it the center of that ellipse. Okay, let's change that from a size 2D. Oh, close the whole thing. Let's see, in this case, it's just a point. And instead of corner, these are going to be... Quick question. What is the center of a circle called? or rather an ellipse. I think it's just, so origin, ellipse, center. Do we just call it the center? I guess in an ellipse, it's different. All right, because you have 2 points for an ellipse. We're not really doing an ellipse, are we? These are more pill shapes. No, no, no. They are ellipses. I think they just call it the center. I wonder if we could convert this into an ellipse form. If you know the two radii for an ellipse. That looks like it. But I don't know if that's going to help us. Because we'd then have to convert that to this other form. All right, we'll rename corner to center. All right. And instead, we'll just pass in the center point for those. This is point. No. Expected expression. Oh, because that's not an equal sign. There we go. Top left center. All right. That looks about right. Split that again. All right, there's the first 2 points. Now for the next two. Now in this case, we're going to be doing them out of order. Because this one's the bottom left. Okay. All right, next two. Bottom right center inlet. Is that in there? Yeah, that's the Y and the X. All right. Hey, sorry, I missed your comment. Um, I had pulled up the definition of a circle on the screen. What keyboard am I using? Yes. I actually do. I have a, yeah, Kinesis Advantage Pro. It's the older one. I think it's a first gen one. All right, so then we have those points. And why are we using, oh, we're using a negative for this whole thing instead of using negative values inside? Because we could use top top offset here. Whatever's, I guess this is min. Yeah, we'll leave that alone. Um, outside of the space, just in terms of the shape itself, X, Y with height, um, and then have to translate these into the Godot coordinate system where Y is flipped. So I'm thinking, can I unify this or make it cleaner? I don't think there's an easy way to do that. Because these would just be negated and then, or rather flipped. I would take the negative value of this one, and then use min with top offset. That's not super helpful. Let's see let's just see what would that look like. I do this, minus that, min, top offset. And this would be left offset. And that's all right. And then we could collapse these just into these, and we could get rid of top offset, and we just call them top right, bottom left. That's really not that bad. Because the only reason that we have these split up is for the calculations down even further for the control points. But we're not going to put those in there yet. Those are going to be abstracted away. All right, let's flip some of these. We're basically subtracting from it. We're raising the bottom of this. And if we change this to bottom offset, that min bottom offset, I believe. Let's double check that. So we have a negative height, and from that, so this is technically negative 10. Then we're going to subtract from -10 the negative margin bottom, which is subtract negative. Let's say the margin bottom is 1 or 2. The border radius might be a 3. Min the bottom offset, which in this case is -5. Did I get that right? Well, let's negative. Then what is bottom offset? Bottom offset is negative height, so minus -10 plus bottom, which is margin bottom. And we were saying that margin bottom here is -2, or is 2. Plus the border width of the bottom, which we were saying is 3. Oh my goodness. N minus -2 minus 3 is -5. Oh, no. I did that wrong already. So we have, in this case, we have -5. We can write it out. Well, this is flipped, right? We have 5, -10 plus 5, that's -5 minus, that's wrong. Did I get the, all right, let's just double check the replacements here. So I have self height, we have -10. You know what, let's move the 10 onto the same line. And there. Oh, how fancy. It lined them up for me. This is correct, yes. It's -10 for the height, as we are. Oh, you're welcome. You're very welcome. I really want to simplify all this, and I think there's a way, just not seeing it yet. All right, now on this, as negative self.height. Oh, did I do that twice? Yeah, this shouldn't be there. Oops. Bottom offset, just negative height. So we have the -10 there. Why are they even? Did I just get lucky with the random values I chose? It's a bottom offset. Because the bottom value here could have been very large because of this value. And if we increase this value here, let's say it's 5. Oh, no, not that one. This one, margin bottom. It's margin bottom, okay. Yeah, that's not included elsewhere. Except for here. Wait, these are the same on both sides. This looks wrong to me. Because we're supposed to hit that max piece here. Now, I mean, maybe we found the way to simplify it, but I don't think so. Because as the left border width, okay, it's the border width, as it hits this point, then the max should be used instead. Border width bottom. So it is this one that we're supposed to be using. Okay, so let's say we increase the border width bottom to, I don't know, 5. All right, then we do get to -8 here. No, that's not, I went the wrong way. It's -3. And -7, yes. Okay. -3. So I just got lucky with the values I chose. And okay, I think we got it right. Don't worry, we're not going to do this check for each one. I just wanted to make sure the conversion was reasonable. Now this one, left offset is equal to left. Okay. Oh, did we find a bug? Right offset. Why is this equal to right? Right offset's supposed to be this. If we increase the right margin, does it not do the same thing? It does. No, I think it's good. Yeah, let's do I though? Yep, we're not, I basically don't want to use any of these because I want to change these to include these values. One step at a time. All right. We have width, margin right. And if we wanted to use max right here, oh, we would have to move self dot width in there, like that. Yeah. All right, now this one we have to flip as well. Just like we did the bottom left center, this one is going to be the same sort of conversion, but using the border radius bottom right instead. Minus negative that. And maybe these values can be extracted. I mean, these are very, very similar. Make a little function. We'll do the substitutions later. For now, let's finish this translation. All right, now the top right. Yeah, in this case, it says self.width minus, that minus that. Did I get that wrong here? I did. Look at that. All right. And this one. Negative margin top. Oops. Minus that. And the top offset. Good. Now in this section, we should not be using top. Good. Right. Good. Bottom and left. Okay. Let's transform these. I don't know, maybe we should get a drawing first. Because if we can get a drawing first, then we can actually visually check these pieces. No, let's just keep going. Top is basically this, but it's negative margin top. What's that technically? Okay. Right. Let's do left. Left is straightforward. Just this. Okay. Top right. Bottom. Wait, did we do that right? Yeah, it's just positive there. We don't need the parentheses on that one. All right, now for the right side. Thank you. All right, now there's some little elements in here that are very, very similar. Can we dry this up reasonably? I'm not for drying the ocean. I don't want to do that. I want it to be maintainable but dry. What about this here? This is this correct? Yeah, we did the math check on that one. We did the math check. Well, you'll see some duplications in that these radiuses are the only difference in some of these. So you'll have, say, margin left, max left offset. Right? The only difference is this here. It's basically 4 of these, I think. One, and then this one is the same as this one. Yeah, I think there's 4 of them. And the only variance is which radius is actually being passed in. But we could create some closures to clean that up. What else? What else could we do? Do we even need these? No. Because in this case, it would just be, let's say we do it for this one. That. Swapping out the radius. That's the same as this one. Oh, I got a better idea. Okay. No, no, no. It's not better idea. It's just I know how we can improve this. Rename this. Because now we should not have conflicts. Now we have top right, bottom left. We can rename this to top offset. Yeah, that's not bad. Now we can do let left offset. Yeah, what is this going to be? This is going to be this. Okay, did I get these backwards? This is the left offset, isn't it? Ooh, those are backwards because they're the X. No, no, no. Oh, whoops. Come on, which key's stuck? Come on, shift keys. Not the keyboard, it's the USB hub sometimes doesn't send the signal, I think. No, shift key. X, Y. That should be left. Then the left offset here. Good. But who else should have the top right here. Margin top, yes, this one. All right, that's left and top. Let's go clockwise around this. The top right is going to be this. All right, and then the bottom right also has that for the X. Wait, let's just double check with margin. Yes. All right, one more. Well, that reads a bit better, at least in this section where we define the points. All right. Now for the draw on this. Am I not using point elsewhere? Oh, I should be using point 2D. Another one? Yep. Huh. Oops. And for these? All right, now it's going to say that none of these are used because we did not implement draw yet. All right, it's basically going to be this code. However, we need a number of points to find and some control points to find. Bear Duda or Bear Cool Cow says Muma. Thank you for the raid. Good morning. How are you? Morning, Lampy. Lampi? Do you prefer Lampy with the E sound or the I? Looks like Lampi. Well, thank you. Good morning. Pie you eat, Lampi. Aw. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I tried exporting. I had a couple streams where I said like Rust loves Godot in the stream title, and then when I tried to export those to YouTube, it failed. It failed hard. I had to rename them all. But I'm also using the what is it here? I've simplified my OBS setup, and there's I basically deleted everything, but there is a setting in here. Yeah. So when you do your output, you can now have different streams for the Twitch VOD track and the audio track. So the VOD track here doesn't have music on it, and that solves like all of the muting issues. Basically, I don't have to fight. So if you're not doing that, you might try it, and then you just set up your audio. Let's see over here. If you go to is it advanced here? Then you can choose which audio tracks have what. So this one, it has both audio, my voice, and the music. But on track two, it does not have the music. All right, talk to you later, Duda. All right, so we're going to do a little bit more math. Now that we have this curved rectangle, actually, I think that a lot of this could be reduced to just using the curved rectangle, because they're using a rounded rectangle, which just has the winding positive, which is fine. But we could simplify this and say that our top right, top left centers are actually defined up here. So instead of giving a radius, top left, top right, we could be a little bit more explicit so that our top left radius would actually have two values, an x and a y, like a width and a height on that. And then we would have even more flexibility for this, because we could actually stretch out the outer layer too, if we wanted to. Huh, interesting. All right, but not now. Let's just get this working. I'd love a little bit more refactoring stuff here, like extract a module or extract a file. Something like that would be cool. Sorry, a little distracted for a moment. All right, let's do that. Rust source UI curved rectangle. All right, so that I don't even know what the dots are called. That sounds more like an like in meh than ah. Oh, interesting. Okay, it's like the kind of softer a sound, like MP, and pi. Okay, I'll get it. And good morning, Mousix. Moose. I just realized there's no E at the end of the MOUS. I keep saying mouse. It's more. I mean, the OU is an ow sound, but mouse X. Yeah. Good morning and happy Saturday. Maybe this should be a rectangle. Shapes. Oh, you know what? I like the idea of having shapes. Go up one. We'll create another directory. Oh, it didn't sort it. Oh, there it goes. Second save did it. Rust source shapes. All right, now we're going to take that out of UI box. Paste that in there. Stop that one for a little bit. We don't need that. All right. That goes down to here. All right. So now inside of curved rectangle, we are going to need 16 points to, no, 8, 12, 12, 12 or 16 points to find. No, 16, because 4 points per corner. Start and end points, 2 control points. because our values are actually derived from a lot of that. And we're going to define a number of these points and then have two options going around clockwise or counterclockwise. So we'll basically have this piece up here. We're more interested in these pieces here. And this stuff here was already provided to us. Right, so it's going to be basically actually, do we need the X and the Y? I mean, if we have the top left cent, do we only need these? No. We need the X and the Y because we need to know the length. Basically from this X here to this one here. And why aren't these points? And would it make more sense for us to represent this as a bottom right? This top left, bottom right. Let's think about that. It's like when we get down into, because otherwise we're dealing with having to subtract the height instead of just having a point that we're adding this to. Same difference, it's just the sign. Let's try it with top left. But it's a rectangle and rectangles don't have that. We can take a width and a height and then convert it. Because a rectangle, why don't we just take a rectangle? Where is rectangle defined? We must have rectangle in some of the dependencies. Euclid? Yeah, Euclid has it. It's exported here. Just take a rectangle. Ah, yes. We can do that in the draw call. All right. Okay, let's start working through these. Just one moment. All right, back. All right, points. We're going to have control points and points. Just going to be an array, each one. Instead of having, I don't know, we could just have like a bunch of variables here. So that's what we're doing. We're just avoiding the variables. Now the arrays will let us change the direction. Because if we had the points in one way and then we just reverse it, right? Same with this, we should be able to go the other way. Okay, let's try that. Okay. In that case, do we start at the top right? Or do we just put all the points in here post facto and then use this as a kind of a pivot point? Because we could do top right 1, top right 2, bottom right 1, bottom right 2, so on and so forth. Same thing here. Oops, forgot a comma. Why did that work? Hit tab, go back one, insert C. Because we could do something like that where we have a number of points, which of course aren't defined yet. We define all the points up here. And then possibly change the winding of them, right? The orientation. And then we do the rendering, the drawing, the path builder. JB Pratt, good morning. And thank you for the sub, man. Thank you. I am curious about people that it lightens the headache for me. 'Cause now I don't have to deal with the copyright infringement notices on YouTube and Twitch. On Twitch, I'm playing music that has the license, but they still flag it. All right, let's start defining some points. Corner points. Oops. Oh, I butchered that. All right, hit B instead. Let blah. No, that's a point, isn't it? There we go. All right, so for the top right, now these are the. So if we go back to Godot for a moment, this is going to be the control point. Technically, this one here. No, sorry, I said control point. I don't mean control point. The beginning point of this curve. Control point's out here somewhere. We're defining this point, and then we'll define this point. We'll do the curve second. All right, so the first of the top right, this is going to be self.rect.x. Oh, yeah, it's going to be x plus self.rect.width. We're going to be seeing a lot of that. And maybe we should have a right. Because it's basically going to be the rightmost side, this here, right side, minus the top right center x. All right, so we're not going to save a rect. We're going to have left. Well, let's just do that. Left is an F32. Top. And here we'll adjust for that. Top is going to be rect.y. Rect.height, and then top right, bottom left. There we go. And here we say self.right minus self.top right center.x. And then it's going to be top plus X. Because in one case, we had to go to the right side and then come back in. In the other case, we have some X, some top. Okay, it might just be the top. Yeah, it's just a top. Ooh, lovely. Now for the second one, it's going to be the opposite. So the radius, 1. Oh, that's 31? No, that's not good. Not 12. All right, now it's a better example. So you can see where the curve begins and ends. Hey, Lime Dye, how are you? Now in this case, it's going to be the right side, self.right, and then self.top right. Come on, RIG center dot Y. Oh yeah, we need top plus that. All right, bottom right. Now in this case, it's going to be that point. It's going to be, the X is just going to be the X, self.right. And the Y is going to be self.bottom minus plus. Thank you, Godot. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm feeling a little better. Finally got some sleep last night. Goodness, yesterday I only got 3 hours of sleep. But now I wonder, actually this should be negative. Let's try to do this without regard to things being flipped in Godot. I don't know, can I do that? So what if this is bottom? Yeah, the bottom should be, I don't think I can do this. It has to be aware of this. Okay, so the bottom plus self dot bottom right center dot Y. All right, next point. It's going to be this one. So it's going to be the right minus the offset. It's going to be self dot bottom. That. So much easier here. All right, now on this point, going to be the left plus, well, the left is here, plus the offset. Oh, the elf dot left. All right, that was bottom left 1. Now we need bottom left 2. Let's fix the elf. Okay. Oh, I have too many elves. There we go. Any other elves? Looks okay. Now for top left. Its X is going to be on the left side. So right here, this one right there. Now the Y is going to be the top plus the control point. Okay. Now for the next one, which is going to be this one, this is going to be, X is going to be the control point plus the width. All right, there's those control points here. Yeah, we didn't do the curve points. And then we need the control points. All right. Now for our control points. Basically just did all of these. Okay. Now we need to create these control points. Just as an example of what happened before. So in this case, the first control point, top right. Oh, that's not the top right's control point. Where's the top right one? Bottom left, it's after this. Top right here. And it would have been this one because we were going the other way around. All right. So in this case, we take the right offset. Well, what is that now? We subtract from it this. I think this is just self to right. Okay. And this here. Oh wait, I need to visualize this. This is the control point that's floating out in this space somewhere. So the Y is fixed, but the X is variable. All right. This is going to be top for the Y, X. Okay. So we have to fill out this piece. So we have the center point. Let's start with the center point. Then we take the difference between the center and the right, and multiply by the offset. All right, top right center dot x. Well, so that point is technically kind of the right over here. If you imagine the circle that this curve would make, it's the center of that. That's where that control point is. Guy playing a game exclaims to his friend, "Man, I suck at this game. Can you give me a few points?" To which his friend responds, "Uh-oh." Oh, a few pointers. To which his friend responds, "Yes." Very nice. Uh, yeah, this does need to be in there. Oh, no, it's going to be right minus that. Lunchtime. All right. All right, Dita. We can dry this up a little bit. Or can we? This is the top right. I mean, maybe. Because we always want the difference here. And does this ever flip? Do we ever have to go the other way here? What about the left? If we were doing the left one, we'd give it left here. Here. I'm not sure which left control point that is. That's the first one. No, we probably want the second one. There's, the latter half of this is going to be top. The first part, the X on this. And in this case, it's going to be in here. The control point's going to be along this line. In this case, it's going to be left plus that, self to left. Yeah, what do we put in here? In this case, this self to left, for that control point, it would be the difference between these. So the point that's further, that's larger here, is going to be the center. So it's going to be self dot top left center dot. Right, in this case, where we have, no, it's kind of the same thing. We just have to flip what we're passing in. Okay, let's abstract that out. What do we call this calculation? Control offset? I don't know. Godot Bowman, good morning. You got a brilliant idea that on your laptop you set up NVim for coding? All right, basically this, A plus B minus A times offset. Where's offset? There's offset. Which we could define, oops, here. Let's rename this. Oh, that looks better. All right, and for this one, CTRL, and in this case, it's going to be left, and self dot top left center dot X. All right. All right, so the top right control point, the second one, is going to be in this area. So the X is going to be fixed, the Y is going to be variable. In this case, it's self dot left, then CTRL something. Self dot. All right, but what are we passing in here? This is going to be self dot top, then top right center dot Y. Oops, one more paren. There we go. Yeah, because that one's larger. So I always put the larger one second. All right. And the smaller of these points is going to be self dot bottom right center dot Y. We have self dot bottom. All right, bottom right center. This one comes next, the control point in this. I know. It's best to think them through each one. All right, so control in this case, the smaller is self, not elf, self. Bottom right center dot y, and then self dot bottom. Wait, no. That's this. It should be x. It's on the right. Okay, so the right one's a larger one. All right, bottom left control point. So we're going to be in this line here. So the y is fixed. Self dot bottom. You know what I want to do? I want to remove all the selves here. Let's deconstruct self. Make that work. All right. However, the larger value here is going to be the control points x, self dot bottom left center dot x, the larger value. Oh, that is a larger value. That needs to come second. Self dot left. All right, we're going to do some deconstruction here. Let self blah equals self. There we go. Now all these other selves can just go away. What? Ah, that's right. Need to, no. Go back. Add a star there. So I'm going to copy self. Actually, can we do that just for these? Really, I don't. So in this case, we didn't do that. This value here is the reference to, okay. So it's really these 4 values here. Can we deconstruct that there? No. I know you can say ref here if you want to force a ref. Sir Anya, good morning. All right, I gotta hit the docs on this one. I know it, what was that? Rust up doc. Rust editions. Wow. Which one is for the document Rust CBook? No. Oh, API, this one. I want this one. Oh, actually, no, I want the value here. The structure. The next edition? What is the next edition? Oh, interesting. Okay. It's not exactly what I was looking for. Either by value, X, or by reference. This is by value, but we could just say this is still by reference. So we're dereferencing self, okay. I think I was trying to attack it the other way. So I'm a little concerned, because if you were doing this in the match statement, you would put this on the left side. It'd be like here, where you were destructuring to. But of course, we can't have that in a name. Huh. Anyhow, we might, I don't know, are we getting one extra copy here? I'm hoping not. I'm hoping that this dereferences self, and then these are copies, these are references. Might work. All right, back to this. Bottom left control point 2. This one, it's going to be in this area. Let's move that up. So we're drawing curves, and they're cubic Bezier curves, which means they have 2 control points. This curve here is defined by a beginning and an end. The beginning in this case is here, the end's here. If we're going in a positive winding motion, so the first control point is in this area, the second control point's in this area. So the bottom left control point 2, the X is fixed. So that's left. And CTRL, because the Y is variable in this case. And the larger of the values is bottom. We'll give that there. And then bottom left center dot Y. Now for the top left control point, there's one more. It's in here. That's TLC1. TLC2 is the one on the top. Yep. So the X is variable. Okay. But the first one is this one in this area. So we have the point, we have the control point in here, second control point, and then the last point, or other. We start here, we curve using 2 control points to a destination. No, left. The smaller value is left. Wait, no, this is Y. It's in this space. Sorry, sometimes you just want to visualize it. Okay, it's top left center dot Y and top. All right, let's do a little sanity check. 1. Right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 lefts. 2 in the control. Okay, but what about top? On the outside, we have 1, 2. Oh, that's inside of the control. Okay, so 1, 2. Bottom, bottom. Okay, looks all right. Now we have our control points defined, and at this point, we'll start iterating through. those two arrays going either clockwise or counterclockwise, or winding positive or winding negative. All right, so that's where we end. We end with path builder end true. And to do one of these, oh, that's right. We also skip the curve if the points are the same. I think we're going to zip these together, control points and the other points. Actually, but we want a window size on these, don't we? No, we want these in chunks. What, two at a time? Yes. So points dot chunks. Chunk size is 2. Dot zip, and we'll zip this together with control points dot chunks 2. Actually, curves is going to be equal to self.match. No, not self.match. Match winding, like so. All right, so if we're going positive, we'll do it one way, otherwise we'll go the other way. Positive, we don't have to reverse anything. So it's just like that. Now negative, we're going to be doing the same thing, but tossing reverse in there before the chunks. Reverse chunks 2 dot zip control points dot reverse 2. All right, now we should have the same type for curves. Now we can just iterate through curves. Ooh. Oh, reverse. Oh, that reverses it in place. What is this? That's something that impulse iterator points dot iter the reverse chunks. Okay. Really? You go back to the API. Oh, it's called rev. All right, now on array, does array not have that? Sorry, I saw this, that reverse. Let's say for T and points is just an array. Chunks here, well, that's on slice. Returns an iterator over the chunks. Oh, I see. Actually, Maybe we did that the wrong way. Chunks, reverse. So we get the iterator first. Oh, is chunks not reversible? Ah, all right. Iterator, I think, has something else. Scan's not it. Ah, it's double-ended iterator. Double-ended iterators should be reversible. You know what? You can do it the other way. Because this is an iterator, basically take this. Uh-oh. Curves is equal to that. Then we can just call reverse on that if we want. Uh, that's not quite right though, is it? Because the two values inside of that are incorrect. Oh, hold on. Slice has rev, right? Oh, slice has reverse. That reverses them in place. That's fine. Okay, we'll just reverse them in place. If if winding, they are not very large. That shouldn't be an issue. Although I think there's another way to do this where you could use a double-ended iterator to get the reverse. The problem here is getting a consistent type without boxing. Are iterators boxed by default? Morning, Nate. Happy Saturday. As if we could avoid just swapping those, which isn't going to take long to begin with. I mean, maybe. Yeah, let's see. So in this case, we're going to get or foo in, and maybe we just swap them as they come out. And because we have to reverse the whole thing. We have to reverse the whole thing. I don't really want to do it like a double swap, like a reverse and then. All right, we'll just leave them in place for now. If we figure that out later, fine. Or foo in curves. And this is basically two smaller arrays with points. Oh, there we go. Start, end. Can we deconstruct here? That would be neat. Control 1, Control 2. Come on, please, 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 please. Oh, it's not failing for the reason I thought it would. What? Oh, what does rect have on it? Origin and size. Wait, and origin is a point 2D. Okay, let's go back. So here, oh, no. Dot size. I forgot what it was called. Okay, it is size. All right, saying that's private. Let's fix that. What else? Unresolved import. Get rid of that. It'll whine. All right, just cleaning up some of these. Curved rectangle not found in the scope. Let's import it. Oh, it takes 5, but 8 were given. That's right. We changed that to take a rectangle. And what does this take? A point and a size. Top left. And the size is going to be basically the right minus left. Or too far. There we go. Is there a size 2D or something that they re-export? Yeah, it's just called size. I thought point also existed. It does. Okay. Yeah, this should just be point. Oops. All right, now it's going to ask us, where are these things? And then we'll see that it's already there. Next. Ah, points is not mutable. Fine. You and you. Ah, refutable pattern in for loop. Not covered. The match type is that. Do, do we have to put an ampersand here? All right, regardless. Points and controls. Fine. All right. And here we should have 0 and 1 for the points and 0 and 1 for the others. Now, it's basically this, where we go to the first point. Just going to get an example. Path builder dot line 2. Oh, interesting. What if this is the first one? We just need to move there. And good morning, sarcastic Don. How do we do this for just the first one? Is there a rusty way to do this? I mean, a mutable boolean? If is first, do this. Else that. line 2, line 0. Was it moved to, or was it begin? It was begin. Two points are not the same. We would draw the curve, followed by the next piece. All right. It's not equal to points 1, and we do the drawing, path builder, cubic Bezier 2, controls 0, controls 1, and then the second point. There. We can get rid of this. Good. This needs to be immutable. Path builder is mutable, yes. Wow, might actually work. Okay, so we have our curved rectangle. We did the big setup for it. How do we like this now that we've seen it? Seems all right. Yeah. All right, well, Godot, where are you? I'm gonna save you, close you, and start you again. And hopefully everything looks exactly like it did. Because the next oh, exactly. That's exact as I've ever seen. That's pretty good, huh? Okay, the top. Oh my goodness, this is just all sorts of special. Just open box. There is no bug. This is art. It looks like, I'm gonna adjust some of this. Radius is 2, good, border. Oh, that's fine, okay. Okay, good, the margin is half. So it looks like we got the right side correct, coming down here and here. So let's fix up the outside of this first. How did that get messed up? Here, basically this section here, it looks like we've affected the outer rectangle some, and I'm not sure how. That's what's confusing me. Argo. All right, that built. Yes. Let's do a little debugging. Let's just see. Godot, DBG, up, right. So I want to adjust those top. Uh-oh. Top right, bottom right. That feels wrong. That should be, wait, no. Let's take a peek. Let's do it the same as CSS. What's our border radius? Okay, so it is top left, top right. It starts at the top. Okay. All right, so this can go back up. Top right, bottom left. Okay. Little OCD. Just give me my moment. And we're going to debug those points there. Okay. That is so wrong. Okay, I'm just going to make this a little quicker for our iteration. We're going to run box. There. Close this, clear the output. Clear, thank you. Open box. Oh, rendered it a number of times. Top, negative 1.5. Right. Okay, those values are not unreasonable. It's here. We're looking at the inner portion. I'm going to flip this so we can see it on the grid. Transform, rotate on X, negative 90. There. Oh, really? It's outside of origin? Because it went negative X. Oh, that might be the problem. Yeah, left is supposed to be positive. Okay, right? All of these look good. Yeah. Save it, exit, quit. Yes, good. Hopefully it comes back up in that state. Okay, we'll get that. Actually, let's do all of these. Ah, I hit page up on accident. Very close together on this. That's a macro. Let that build. Then we fire it up. Output. Let's go to rect. Here's rect. And 7 by 7 at negative 1. Oh, that's wrong. It's interesting. It shows us the width and height. Oh, this here is correct though. Oh no, that's the X position. These are flipped. This should be X positive 1.5 and minus 1.5 there. Oh, of course, look, left and top. They're just wrong. They're flipped. And then here we had the width was wrong. It should be, oh, actually, left minus, no, that doesn't sound right. It should be right minus left. I mean, the right's larger, right, than the left. bottom minus top. Okay, that's a little better. So the rectangle, 7 by -7. That is just not right. Okay, but our coordinates, x, yes, x and y, that's good. That little negative sign there. Oh, this is the height. That's the height. Plus top. That's just so wrong. I mean, the bottom's going to be like -10, and the top's going to be -1.5. So technically, we have to just flip this. Top minus the bottom, and that gives us the positive number. Oh, that feels backwards. Thank you, Godot. Or actually, it's my decision to put this in the bottom right. I mean, maybe that's a. Hmm, I don't know. I'm just rethinking the coordinate system. Let's try again. Oh, did it finish building? Yeah. Ooh, fancy. So 7 by 7 at x and y. Yes, but because we flipped that, now it has a very negative value. Well, it's not a negative value. It just actually changes where all those interior points are. Definitely rethinking this. Because we could just adjust all the points after the fact. Put it down there. So I'm basically saying our height is negative. We have a negative height. And oh boy, does that mess with me. Okay, it looks like it's in the right-ish space. Got some more to look at here. Top left center, 2, -2. That looks all right. Because it should be there, there. Over and down, great. Now top right center, 8.5. Looks about right, -2, good. Bottom right center, 8.5. Um, that should be like -8.5 here. Okay, so that's wrong. Bottom right center. Oh, you know what? I just noticed that the tags on the stream are wrong. Edit stream info. Category, tags. Programming. Game development. What else? Software development. Yeah, done. All right, now we saw here, bottom right center, this should be a negative 8.5 on the Y. So here, the bottom. Eight. So we're going to add that to it. Whatever's larger. Bottom in this case, though, is a negative value. We could either do that or we flip the sign on everything inside here. No, this isn't correct. This just isn't. Okay. I'm going to switch to using a chair. I've been standing for 3 hours. Crank the desk down. Got one of those little. Yeah, this thing's pretty well beat up, this thermos, but it keeps things smoking hot. Some stainless steel IKEA job. Hey, Graticus. I am doing well, thank you. Well, except for the negative values. So what we're trying to do here is take into account the bottom. Right? And the bottom here, it's already taking height into account. Oh, whatever's less, that or that. Oh, that That's better. This bottom's already taking into account the height, margin bottom, self border width bottom. I know there's a little bit of duplication there. Same with this. Oh, no, not so much. I think it's just the right side where you take the width and the margin right, like this here. That should be all right. Oh, hold on a sec. All right. Let's try it. That might have fixed it. Ooh, fancy. What values did we get? Those are correct. Top left, that's good. Top right, 8 over, -2 down, good. Bottom right, 8, -8, perfect. Bottom left, okay, those values are good. Oh yeah, go ahead and share your config. Yeah, I heard that it came a long way. Who was it? Was it Bear Duda? Actually tried switching over to it again a month ago, maybe a couple weeks ago, and switched back. Actually, it might not have been Bear Duda. Or Bear Cow says woo wah. All right, so those look correct. But yeah, I really don't make a fantastic editor tester. I really don't. 'Cause it's not like my focus. Like I would rather test, I don't know, other pieces. Now let's dig in a little bit more. So we have the points correct. The values going into the curved rectangle are correct. Let's into the rabbit hole, people. Here we go. We're going to check these first. Maybe the bottom is flipping? No, it's just A plus B. Oh, but maybe I don't see. Okay. Right, X and Y is. So this is going to be -1.5, and the height is going to be some value. So this is going the wrong way. All right, let's try that. I think we had a bug there. The only thing that you're having issues with is Java. Oh, well, yeah, please. Do you have your dot files? Yeah, post a link. All right, we're gonna give this another go. Kill it, run it. Ooh, more art. All right. Well, at least the top left corner seems right. Let's check. Top, right, bottom, and left. Okay, those are good now. Now for draw. Points. Reference to points. Let's do all of them. All right. Give that a moment. Oh, you're currently away from the keyboard. Oh, perfect. No worries. All right. Now it's going to be easier for us to see this in the console, so we're going to flip back over there. All right. So points. Now this is going clockwise around the circle. This is actually top left. Wait, X, Y. Okay, the X seems wrong here. Oh, this point here. So if we look top down on this, it would have been the control point over here somewhere. Or, excuse me, I said control point, that's wrong. It should be the point. Okay, this order I think is incorrect. It should be top right. This is not top right. That's not it. And the X is wrong. The Y is correct. Okay, let's fix the X. Ah, we verified that the right was correct coming in, didn't we? We did. Uh, kill Godot. Okay, that's done. Run Godot again. Huh. All right. Okay, here's self. Top, good, right, fine, yes, and left, good. I think we already verified these, but they look good. All right, now in this case, why is the X? X is, oh, because top right center is 8.5, and I'm subtracting that from the right side. Oh, these values are not correct. That should be in further. That shouldn't be the right side. Okay, that value is not correct. Uh, All right, let's take another peek. Top right, bottom left. Those are good. Top left center. This is correct, but it might be by accident because there's supposed to be the margin. Or no, the radius taken into account there. On the top right center, this should be minus the, yeah, it should be inset by the corner radius amount. Wait, which top right center, top right center. Yeah, that should be the minimum. Not that's why, because it was pegging it to the right there. And that might fix that, but I think the bottom was also wrong. Top right center. Oh no, that's negative 2.1. That one's okay. Bottom left center. Bottom left. That's a very large value for bottom left. So bottom left X. Oh, there should be a left offset. Oh, no. Bottom left. Left offset. Margin left plus radius. Whatever's larger, the left side or the margin left plus the radius. I'm not seeing what's wrong there. Bottom left center. I mean, that should be a little higher. It's not taking into account the margin correctly. Should in there. Huh. I'm going to stare at this for a moment. Margin left plus the radius. Because the value we're looking for should be the left. Also have a max of left. I mean, the margin left should be what? 0.5. The radius is 2. So that should be 2.5. And left is margin left, 0.5. And the border width left. Yeah, so it's basically the difference between the radius and, well, the margin left is the same in both places. It's the border width left, and the radius. I mean, it almost feels like this should be margin left plus whatever is larger, the radius or the border width left, whichever is greater. Oh, no, self. All right, let's try that. This is just fixing that one value. That's left offset or bottom left center. Bottom left center. Yeah, the 8.5 is just way too big. And this other one isn't correct either. Okay, hold on, let's do 2. Bottom left center, okay, and then the bottom offset. Bottom offset here, it should be the height, well, the negative height, plus margin bottom, plus whatever's larger, that or that. So we have the height, take the margin off of it, then we take whatever's greater, the radius, or the border width bottom. Nope, wrong one. Okay, see if that makes a difference. We should just create some unit tests. Check the numbers. Bottom left, X. Left, you should be much smaller than that. So the left is here, it's 1.5. So it should be 1.5 plus the margin plus the radius. What is our settings on this for left? Left 0.5. Everything's ones here. Ones and twos. Radius is 2. Width is 1. So it should be like 3.5 of the radius or the width. Top right, bottom left, bottom left. Neither one's correct. Left offset. It's going to be the margin left, which is 0.5, and the radius, which is 2. Border width left, which is 1. And, oh, how are we getting this gigantic value? Am I passing them in incorrectly? Top right, top left, top right, bottom. There we go. Simple mistake. Rust can't protect you from that. All right. That one's good though, and I like this a little bit better. Because I don't like having to do both calculations in order to figure these out. And having to undo some of it in here. Like the right offset. The right offset should be the width minus margin right minus whatever's larger, the radius or the border width right. Negative. Well, I guess we do. Minus whatever's larger, radius or self order width top. Okay. The Y is wrong. All right, so yeah, we have to fix the top offset, bottom offset. The X offset looks fine. Or rather yeah, the right and left is fine. But the top and the bottom are not. Top and the bottom are off by how much? Top left center. That should be a negative 2.5. So it's off by 1 here. The bottom also off by 1. Now, what do we have here? Here we have margin top, negative 0.5 minus whatever the radius is. And the border width top is 1.0. Oh, should be max. You can add the closure's return type. Huh. Why would you want to do that? I don't know. That's our bad joke. Oh, it's Mr. Bean, Mr. Jelly Bean. Oh, oh. All right, that finished. I'll run it again. That is so bad, dude. All right. Check. Good, 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 good. All right. Now for our control points. Wrong. So the first one's wrong. Second one is wrong. Third one's wrong. Like our control points at negative 16. We could make some of these public. Just going to move those into here for draw. Because what I'm thinking is, we should be able to make some sort of test that handles that properly. And then these need to be calculated inside of self. And we don't need that. This comes after that with the rect. And we no longer need the refs. This is okay if they are borrowed. All right. Where do we leave off though? Control points. So the very first control point, 1, negative 1.5, is way off. All right, it shouldn't be the top, should it? X, Y, our top is equal to origin.y. Uh, the space for these is slightly different, isn't it? But still, it should be 1. Okay, the y is correct. It should be that. But our centers aren't correct here. Or are they? No, they are. But our top left center is at 2.5 and negative 2.5. So in this case, this CTRL is incorrect. It's returning 1. We don't want it to return 1. It should be returning. Good question. What is the expected value? Should be somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5. So we're looking at the left. The left is 1.5. So it should be at minimum 1.5. And it should be somewhere between there and 2.5. Which means, oh, wait. This is the top right control point. That's the top right point. Maybe we should do these in the same order. Top left, top right. This has bitten me more than once. There, top left. Now over left. X is left. It's whatever the origin is. That one, 1.5. That's those actually look okay. So it's the top right ones. And this top right control point seems okay. Oh, you know what? These control points. Okay, hold on. Let's restart. Kill it, run it. Lost track of what was broken. That top left corner looks pretty good. Control point there. Oh, all right. Let's back to it. All right, so the top left. That doesn't look right. So our points are different than our control points? Yes. So it's not a, okay, I was looking at the wrong thing. Where's my cursor? There it is. So the top left one. So X is supposed to be left. And top in this case is negative, isn't it? So this is like a negative 1.5, right? Negative 1.5 here, x, y. But this one value is incorrect. So the x on this, but well, the first control point on the top left should be which one? It should be this one, which means it should be, well, this one. Left. It should be the same as left. Just a moment. Gotta fix something else real quick. Talk amongst yourselves. Right. Yes, I was just informed that goat gave birth. Triplets. Left. Rectangle origin X. This should be the top left. Oh, just fix these. All right. Now they're in the same order. Good. Helps when you're looking at the right data, doesn't it? That's funny, because it didn't really change shape. Well, hopefully we have the right values. Okay. Look through it again. Rectangles, 7 by 7 at this location, X and Y. These look good. They're some variant of 2.5 and 7.5. Now for the points. X here should be 1.5, so that's correct. But the Y being -4 is not correct. That control point's not correct. No, it's not a control point, is it? It's not a control point. Those actually look like they might be correct. Okay, so top left is correct. Let's do top right. large value needs to come second. This was what I was afraid of. Because here we have the top right center, which is, oh goodness, what was it? Here, 7 and negative 2.5. Well, 7.5. So I have 7.5 here, and the right is, what is our right value? It should be, oh, that's 7 plus, that's 8.5. So it should be 8.5 and 7.5. So right is the larger value. All right, I'm not seeing the error. Okay, but first off, well, it's giving us 1. So we're getting 1 out of this. And we're giving it what? Center X, that's 7.5. And then right was 8.5. It's giving us 1, which is the difference between those. So here, that's 8.5 minus, that's 1, times that value plus that. How is this broken? Negative. That doesn't make sense if it's negative. Top right, that's positive. And this should be 8.5. All right, I'm gonna comment this one out. Top right. Oh, I was looking at the wrong code. This one, top right is wrong. Well, no, it's obvious. Is it? It's Y. So the Y is correct, good. Then this here, right is what? That's the very right side of this. Okay, so it's the width plus the X. And top right center dot X is Oh, it should just be top right center.x. Bottom right center.x. Top right. Okay, bottom right. That's why okay, this is off because we're adding the bottom to that. Yeah, I do not think that we need the addition in these. It just be the correct control point half. Okay, kill it and run it. Oh, look at that. Nice. Now it looks like a control point issue. Because if we go into the wireframes, you can see that in this case, those points, the beginning and end are fine, but the control points are too far to the left. It's on the top right. I think it's this one. This should be right. There we go. Okay, back to where we began. Now, we should be able to adjust these. Let's put it through its paces a little bit. Good. We're checking that the min max is correct on these. Uh-oh, where'd my mouse go? There it is. Okay. Zoom in a little bit more. Left. Okay, yep, that hit the max on the top and bottom. And that one. Good. Good, good, good. Now let's see if we can make the Mojang logo. Let's see, bottom. Oh, that's the right. Bottom, we'll say 5. No, 3 maybe. The top left radius, a little bigger. I don't know, what's the Mojang logo look like now? I mean, I see it whenever Minecraft starts up. I should know what this looks like. Nope. Okay. I don't see that logo. Anyhow, this is looking pretty good. Okay. Gonna go ahead and reset this. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Now we go back to box. And we should be able to use some of this information and offset it by the padding. You can always set it to 0 if you don't want that. You could even have a negative padding. Ooh, that'd be creepy. Be like inset. Because if we set this, let's say material margin radius, art. Actually, it's not quite symmetric. This here, section here is not, the top is a little off. My value's wrong? Wrong there. See, the bottom is symmetric, and that's more along the lines of what I'm expecting. This section here is not. Let's see, where is the problem then? Actually, control points. I'm going to take the margin off for a moment, make it a little easier. Okay, still there. Order. That looks neat. It really does, but it's wrong. Fascinating test though. All right. Top left, top right, bottom right, bottom left. This is at 0, 104, negative 10, 10, 10. See this here, this Y is wrong. You see that? So here we have 0, right, on the x, and on the y, 10. So either one of these is actually going to be 10 or 0, 10 or 0, 10 or 0, 10 or 0, 10 or 0. Oh, okay, 10 or 0, that's a 0. It's like now I want to draw them, figure out where they're wrong. What about before it? That looks fine. Are these correct though? Top left center. It's supposed to be at 2020, right? Top left is 0. Yeah, so it's 20, negative 20. Top right center, because it starts at 10. Yeah, it goes back 10. Yeah, that's fine. Bottom right, that actually goes positive. Okay, and the bottom left, that goes to the right 20 and above by 10. That looks fine. Now, staring at these at the moment. These here for the bottom right. Seem okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right. It's fascinating though. Uh-oh. Asked it to do 10, 10. Oh, is it crashing? Ooh. No. I think we found a bug in Leon. Start it again. Box. Okay, now we have a square. What? What's going on here? Our control points are on the opposite side. Do I have a margin? Oh, I do. Okay. Oh, interesting. The bottom left is correct and the others are a little off. Why? Okay, yeah, this just revealed something. See, the bottom left looks correct. Top left doesn't. Top right doesn't. Bottom right doesn't. What's the bug we might have found? Adding what happens when you eat all the pudding and no steak. Message queue out of memory. Wow. What is this from? Oh, you know what? It was probably a Godot thing, not a Leon thing. It's trying to draw something that it couldn't. I wonder what they cap it at. Increasing, okay. Total bytes, call. They cap it at a meg. All right. Now, why are you, bottom left, the only one that works? And where do we think that is? What am I going to do? I'm going to try. Let's list out the control points again. It should basically be mirrored. The top left control point. There. The bottom left control points are correct. And the top left should be very, very similar. Left. Should be this line and this line that are mirrored. And they are. Is it floating point fun? We'll see. Oh dear. I forgot to save. All right, not doing padding yet. Radius, okay. Border 0.1. Let's give that a save. Control points, here we go. So this is the top left, X and Y. So this here should mirror, oh, this one mirrors it. Yeah, these values are different. I mean the offset, right? Because this is 2.8, and this should be, like these two added up should equal like 10. See, these are both 7152, or the 71952. So those two together add up to 10, well, nearly. This is in the bottom right. And they're opposite each other, which is fine. But like the top right, which is this one, these should add up to 10. One nine five two plus 2.2952. We're missing half somewhere. Where's our missing half? Upright. All right, are the other values correct? We have between them, between that and the absolute value of this one. They should be 10, or very nearly 10 minus some epsilon. All right, spot the error. It's going to be these two, top right. Top right center dot x dot y. Okay. Wait, top in this case is actually 0. This one. 0 plus top right center minus 0. You know what? I'm just going to take these. And then these. And maybe I've been doing this for too long today. Maybe. All right. Top right center. 5. -5. Oops. Whoa, I'm bouncing around way too much. Wrong button. There we go. So in one case, top right center.x and right. Oh, -0.1, -5. Larger value a second. All right, so let's see, what do we have for, so just one of these. It's going to be A, so in this case, -0.1 plus, it's B in this case, B, let's just open calculator. Oops, -0.1. Wow, this is really not doing it. That's funny, that launch bar is actually faster than the other thing. All right, -0.1 plus -5.0 minus -0.1 2.2 2.2952 2.2952. All right, that seems fine. Check the other one. All right, this one then. And in this case, it is 5.0. 9.9 minus 5 times that. 7192, 71952. But I think we're missing something here. Huh, I don't see it. All right, I got to get on to other things. So I'm going to browse science and technology. Looking for Rust. Are there any Rust coders? I should really use the other API for this, but oh, Game Boy emulator. Oh, let's watch that one. Oops. There we go.